Hello. Happy Saturday. Saturday? Oh my god, I am tired. Happy Wednesday. I was thinking about the weekend already. Ah! Meowdy, I go me. Oh, there's a warn button now. So it was usually delete, timeout, and ban, but now there's a warning button I can click on anybody. Meowdy, meowdy. How's it going? Get out of my tired slump. But yeah, boy. I'm excited. Gonna try. I don't think I'll be able to do it, but we can try to beat the Great Ace Attorney 2. Resolve. We're on the last day. We have all the evidence we need. All that matters now is that we get to the full truth. And I am stoked that we can finally get it and see what Naruhodo decides for himself. Got everyone's back. Oh man. Oh, I'm reading something. Oh, Gomi, there's another. They're bringing back the Dragon Quest X event in Final Fantasy XIV. We get to go beat up golems. Let's go. I guess I know what I'm doing this weekend. Alright, stop messaging there. Alright. I don't want to wait. Oh, I'm angry. I don't mean to be angry. Well, you know what? I don't want to wait. We're doing this now. We're going into Ace Attorney. Now. Meow. Excited. Final trial. Guess I could get a second slime hat. Yo, you want to trade me your slime hat? Cause I didn't get to do that event. I don't know. I'm glad they've been doing a whole bunch of events in 14, like bringing back a bunch of stuff. I still need to do more work on the Yokai Watch event. And crap, that means I didn't get all the goodies from Wonderville, but I sucked. I never won. Because I can't do the last part. I always fuck up. Ah, it is what it is, though. Gotta stop looking in there. I'm getting distracted by potential Gamescom visit with Felix and Freddy. Hopefully other people. As much as I want to keep talking about it and learn things. Alright, November 4th, 9:30 a.m. Oh, we're just directly in the courtroom. Oh, what? Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery of respected yard inspector was at its heart, until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Councils, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve, yes. That's my intention. What do you think, Kazuma? My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Soki permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? Ooh. I'll keep my controller charged for a bit, I promise. Actually, nah, I don't need to. I'll unplug it now. Should be good for a while. Want to be comfortable. He's admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years is all but leading up to this 1 day. Kazuma, whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. He's still dead set on that, huh? Kazuma was bristling with hostility today. Distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us? As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. Yes, my lord. Let's go. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. Resuming the closed hearing of Barak von Zietz. The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Very well. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin. As you wish, my lord. Prosecutor calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seijiro Jikoku into the courtroom. Now, starting with him right off the bat, oh boy. Last then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Ow! Come on, Ryunosuke, it's time for that steel to resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit. Let's do it! Whoever thought that the judge we faced at the very beginning of both games would be our possible final witness? Insanity! That's what. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. So it's you who issued this, was it? Sakina? I did what was necessary. Well, look at what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Seishiro Jikoku. Supreme Court judge for the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he's also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am, of course, fully aware of Mr. Chikoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. He also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. What a treaty name. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Goku, I must ask. Will I never fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places? You acquitted me yourself. And now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friends across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium, but then, without informing anyone of your plans, took flight to France. Took flight? I'd have objected to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment. What? You're here as our witness. You must comply. What? I'm gonna reply to that later. I gotta stop being distracted. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette, but my decision is unrelated to the case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? Wrong! I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify, as it's as simple as that. Well, love you too, Yuna. So you would run from all this? I beg your pardon? This case is more far reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? Awa! Oops. Awa! Love Naomi too. That's right, and you, Judge Ikoko, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Yeah. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes, you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seisho Jigoku was involved in this case? It would be the telegram.
Take that!
This is a telegram detailing... This telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. Communication contained 4 names: Keisogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. Uh-oh. You little. Oh, he's pissed. Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Shikoku. What? How on earth did you... What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. Keisoki and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No! A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett. Her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. A. Shin and her victim J. Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. Assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. Keisogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? The telegram has found your office, Judge Ikoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Oh. Judge Ikoku? What's this all about? I wonder if Jigoku planted Kazuma's name in there. And you, Kazuma? You lied. During your state's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission. The mark wasn't Judge Ikoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. Oh? The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. Ah! Oh, interesting. So we didn't catch it. You deliberately avoid saying a name? The defense claims these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? He's pissed. His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse will put you in contempt of court. Oh. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. Yeah, parting gift, sure. I believe that. Seems this Japanese gentleman is information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of 31st of October. Present your formal testimony now. Watch Strongheart be the other mastermind. That'd be wild. As you wish, my lord. Alright. How's this gonna go? The assassin exchange It's true that Kazuma Sogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. Oh, he's admitting it. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. What? A condition? However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. So clearly I can't be involved. So you admit it then? As this communication suggests, there really was an assassination exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here. To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder? It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? Asogi had a reason for taking a sword to that bridge inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Council? He's not gonna admit it. Kazuma-sama? Judge-Goku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. Yeah, tell us! I'm not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified as unrelated to the events of this case. That's not true, though. So what happened to Gregson's suitcase and your sword? You know, kind of important things. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barak von Zeeks. Prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. We have to prove otherwise. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. What a phrase to say, Machiavellian. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall as someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, Counsel? We have to avoid the plot. Alright. Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Ah, so we can't even talk about... Not a fan of the lot. As an exchange. True that Kazuma Soki was signed assassination 1 year ago now. I think we'll skip this stuff. Gregson. And something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. Yeah, let's just skip this. Do I have something? Review evacuation procedures. I mean, there's 20 minutes that could have happened.
Objection!
Yeah, immediate. I didn't have to do anything. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Ikoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. Well, where did you get that? It's evidence gathered by Mr. Hollock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Hollock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were together on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts? And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Shikoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Yeah. Get fucked.
Objection!
What are you gonna say, boy? A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke, but it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel. Sergeant Gregson was killed in Judge Goku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. The defense has the evidence to prove it. Here's what the evidence for the defense wants, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jikoku's cabin on the 31st October? Should be this. Small component.
Take that!
Judge Jikoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The brown pocket watch? A pocket watch? And if you observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Yup. Yup. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Goku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Goku. We got you! Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer? Stop calling me a murderer!
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. Oh, compliment. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. Rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Koku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Sorry? If I know that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world ridiculous bombast. Wow! Now you're going against your oath. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume? Yes, I do. Very well then. We proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st October. I can't wait to see what he tries to say. This isn't gonna be right. Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. You know you wanted to earlier. Alright, let's see this. Fence in the cabin. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin. after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an safe throw, though he couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagined his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed when we returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. Say, Seoi, a common jujitsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Rinosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you could see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? I thought the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin. No way proves that the victim's murder took place there. Ah! Dead. I have no doubt the inspector intended to kill me. He didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Oh! Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Shikoku will be deemed to have had no involvement in the case. Counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court's time here on a cross-examination. Ow! Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You are an embarrassment to your country, not knowing when you're beaten. We never know when we're beaten, and we always succeed in the end. So, suck it! In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. Let's keep her going. Rosalind! Oh boy! Heckin'. Oh, why? Thank you so much for the raid. Ah! What are you doing? Webkins Classic, how is that treating yours? Hello everyone that was on Rosalind's stream. Hope you're doing good. I hope you're doing good, Rosalind. I haven't seen you in a heckin' minute. Need to fix that. Well, yeah. For people who don't know me, I'm Bluey. I play a whole bunch of different games. Like to say what Ashley needs to have to cover it. Oh no! Oh, sucks it kept saying your name. But hey, happy birthday! Hope the rest of the night goes well for ya. I appreciate you sending people over to me. Get your birthday watchers. Yeah, go get foods. No being hungry allowed. I'm not allowing it. Yeah, for everyone else who's coming by, sit back, relax. We're on the last case of the Great Ace Attorney 2. The end of the duology. Big cheers. Get them noms. And you get some pets. Pat. Alright, we're gonna learn about the events in the cabin, folks. Don't mind my voice acting. I'm not gonna sound like this, though. The events in the cabin. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed... Oh wait, right. I'm not doing the voice acting. I forgot we already did this testimony. This cross-examination. Oops. what evidence do I have? What about the sword? There's clearly more stuff happened. I'm not sure what I should go after yet. Alright, so let's just start,
Hold it!
Oh, it's the guest Asogi. Because the so-called guard posted your cabin door to just let your killer pass, you mean? Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course. He would have had his identification with... Oh, yeah! What about his ID? He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced. But the man accompanying him would have had two swords along around his waist. You mean me? Who else? Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. Certainly, all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin. And you entered without any inkling of suspicion. That's right. None whatsoever. Oh. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there foolishly waving a gun at me.
Hold it!
Crush this. Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson. Yes, though at the time, I didn't know the man's name. And there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners. Fair. That's pretty fair. By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose? That was certainly an impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in all my life. Something about the gun? So this is the type of revolver that's standard issue for I mean, it's just standard for members of the judiciary. I was told that for the past 5 years, they've been engraved with a unique serial number. And I could tell... Oh. It's just a really old gun. So it's basically just anybody older than 5 years in the force. So that doesn't really help us with anything. Check about so much in all my life. Anyone would think that the man had never shot somebody before. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there was no time to call for the help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself. With an Ippen COE throw.
Hold it!
Even though the man had a gun? That was a pretty brave move, wasn't it? My Ippen COE is far faster than the bullet I can assure you. Surely all the commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape. The outstanding guard does it again. Like it, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Ippen COE throw. I imagine his watch that was broken when I threw him over my shoulder has nothing to do with the murder.
Hold it!
Hi. The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked. preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? We can't say anything about that. Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Absolutely not. All the watch proves is the power of my jujutsu throw. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in a cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall. Oh, here you go. What are you talking about? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin. Just brought it up and just said, nah, you're delusional.
Hold it!
Alright, press one more time. But there's no evidence that proves victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling. What? If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil thing. Well, then obviously Copeland must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off the ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows, at least, don't you think? Well, yes, that's true, but we can't. We need, like, the lead so we can talk about the ship's cooler. All passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. That's killed that idea then. But perhaps not. Mrs. Sato? We've heard that the first... Here we go. We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them. Which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yes, it's true. So transporting the body to Bryn may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony with your consent, of course, my lord. Oh. We got some consenting alteration. No objections, take your amended testimony now. Here we go. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Bryn. Alright, nothing says that. I got nothing for this. I guess just press for now?
Hold it!
There's an idea. Think about it, stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. Suppose you guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry. And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel. So you did. Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time? What? No. So we're in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they've developed some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B. Funny you should say that. I know, Naomi. His trunk. I know. But the problem is, we still can't prove it at the moment. Mr. Hairbrain's invention didn't actually work if you remember, Naruhodo. Yes, of course. The defense has become unusually quiet on this. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say. So that's the story. Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, you don't say, Mr. Naruhodo must have been the murder there, do we? Does that feel threat about what might happen to me if I break another one? The fact is, Inspector Garza's body was found in the little room on Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Judge Goku's cabin, the body would have to be moved somehow, obviously. A dead body over a country border. That would be impossible for the majority of people. Some special circumstances made it possible to culprit then. So you shouldn't think, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh wait, this is too far. Yes, but the crown being found in his case, all we know is that it could have that it came from the pocket watch. And he didn't even know it was there. So just because of that, maybe?
Objection!
Yeah, no. Nope. Hey, it sounds like you're gonna kill me.
Objection!
Nope. I don't know what to choose. Maybe the ticket? I don't know what specifically we need. Oh, I'm so stuck. Oh! Oh, no, 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 no! This! I gotta present this! Okay, here we go.
Objection!
Okay. We needed to show something. I forgot the picture had the case on it. I forgot. It wasn't complicated, it's just I forgot. That's on me. Sometimes it's good to re-look through everything, because there's clearly something you miss. There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. And what's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do. But transporting Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Goku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Oh. There, Naomi called it too. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very evident of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Oh, I knew. Jealous. Oh, that was... I presume you recall this, Judge Goku? It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. But, Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... Yeah, that... Yeah. He didn't think that through at all. I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Jikoku's trunk. Ah! River! Hello? Of what? Why you bite my tail? Ah! How dare? What the heck? Bean. Good to see you here. Order in court. It's so good. You're so good. Hey, Sammy, what? Former mortal enemy. I'm skeptical, counsel, that the grown man's body fits inside even the largest travel trunk. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside the trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple. Wouldn't it, Judge Ikoku? Find you this weekend and snuggle your face again? Ah! I won't complain. I'll take the snuggles. I'm holding you to that. But inside this trunk, how horrifying! And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street. Taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gory, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. Onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a fridge. Counsel, as I remember explained yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are, but one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Yup. Don't scream, Naomi, it's okay! Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotobo told me about it only yesterday. Well, Jikoku? Can't lie. Tell the truth. However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Naomi! River! No fighting! Oh, boy. Well, this is all very heartening. What? I could see that it was a wise move, letting a Sogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. You only fight on Sundays? I have not seen you fight, River. What do you mean? What do you do on other days? Arson! No! No fires! I'll blow out the fires you create if you do that. Or just spray. All court proceedings are the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already. Goku, please stop diverting attention for the issue at hand. The defense is making accusation against you. How do you respond? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime. The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Barra Gongzi shot the victim at point-blank range. There's no tangible evidence to prove the prosecution's claim at this time. The defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. Wow! Thank you! I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly? I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Oh. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you'd better explain yourself to the court, don't you? Hutchinson claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. This evidence clearly contradicts that claim. It would be Gregson's trunk, right?
Take that!
No? Oh, that's not it. Presents nonsensical evidence. Have these friends inexplicable thinking? My people talk with the mystique of the East? Damn. Uh... Okay... Victim killed in the room on Fresno Street, or was he moved there after his death? There's one piece of evidence we have that shows the answer to that question surprisingly clearly. Perhaps you should try... Was it the correct one this time then, Mr. Naruhodo? Going to try again, or can't you hold your hand steady enough to point it out? Egg! I got it. Yeah. So the prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene of Fresno Street. Evidence clearly contradicts that claim. So there's evidence that says that Gregson did not die at the scene where he was found. I don't know. Because, if he died instantly, then why have this set up? That's one thing I'm thinking of. They never testified to Gregson having the red hairpiece.
Take that!
No? Damn it. I'm not wrong. Let's just make sure I don't lose all my stuff. I said the opposite is true. Oh wow, this went really far back. Oops. Oh geez, my autosave went so far back. Da-da-dang! Oh, just a random laugh when he did that. Alright, so we're back. Prosecutor claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene of Fresno Street. nice dark stain here. Do you think? I'm afraid so. I think it's blood. I knew you were going to say that. So that presumably means this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. It's a logical conclusion, yes. I think Jean's been carrying this around with her. If you don't know any better, I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. Look at the barrel of the gun. No, because it even states best to avoid handling it. So we can't even, like, open it up to look at it. It's not the autopsy report. Nothing new to look at here. Ah, definitely a tricky final case. Huh. I don't know.
Take that!
No, it's not the watch. It's not as clear as they make it out to be. I'm convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. It looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Check this pocket watch. First, why should you be a policeman? I mean, give from Scotland Yard. That's hard work. Might seem a little inappropriate. Oh. Yikes. That doesn't really prove anything. Other side of a hairpiece looks like. Am I seeing the what? could try that. I'll just save right here.
Take that!
Oh, it is the picture. Okay. I'll have to see where this goes. A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed? Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question his body would have curled up in a ball like that. They did mention that in the evidence, that it was all curled. Sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. You could easily have adopted the fetal position due to the pain that the shot would subsequently prove fatal.
Objection!
Well, that's not true. It was instant. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Goku, but it's your logic that is flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less been able to draw himself into that position. I didn't think of that at all. That completely slipped my mind. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting. The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk. Oh, because Shigoku was practically in the same position. And in the trunk, that was supposed to be your hint. No, you're quite right. The shape of the body is actually being kept in a confined space. Good point. I didn't think about that. Judge Shigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Arrgh. Present my trunk? I refuse. What? On what grounds? Yeah, on what grounds, bitch? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations. In other words, Judge Goku, there is blood in your trunk. I decline to answer that. As Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to... I don't care about your privileges, bitch! At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in the trial of Britain's highest court. Ha! Eat it! I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be, you will not withhold information. Let's go! Alright, Rinosuke. Nothing is more important than the truth. Hell yeah. You got some balls there. Order on the court. Goku, what's it to be? You can't be serious. You did it? Have no shame at all, Kazuma Sogi. What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You... Dear God! Outrageous! So it was you! You admit to the murder? No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So I decided my only option was to bring it into the brain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it. You didn't do it to anyone or did kill the man. As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. Oh, now he's going to accuse Asogi of this. Oh! That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi. Wow, he's just throwing him under the bus. Under the whole ship. You... I never thought you'd stoop to this, says Shikoku. You're taking the words straight out of my mouth. Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that? No, it's not Kiryu, silly Gaian. Ah! What do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now. That's all I have to say on the matter. I'll limit to nothing more. I don't believe this. Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson. Only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The other victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is... It's possible. Yeah, it's... No, not Kiryu-chan! Oh god, I hope the live-action series... Which they just announced an live-action series, like... last night, I think. 2 nights ago, they announced there's a live-action Yakuza series coming out. I hope we get a Kiryu-chan. That would be awesome. It's possible that Asogi could have done it. Well, it is possible, my lord. What? How could you? Do you think I want to believe it? The fact is, I can't say with complete certainty what actually happened because I wasn't there. You disappoint me, Ryunosuke. If I may, Mr. Naruhodo? I think perhaps that's why we form opinions based on evidence. Ah, so true. And actually, we have evidence to sell this argument conclusively. My lord, the defense would like to present evidence in support of... Before you plow on, feigning ignorance of what you just occurred, counsel. You must be penalized for the short but embarrassing... Ah! Uttered a moment. Oh! I really thought I could just rush past it if I was quick enough. I'm telling you, sir, although truth is all that matters. Oh, okay, so... It is impossible. So it can't be, Oh, duh! I'm an idiot! Jigoku said in testimony that, that Kazuma already left. I'm an idiot. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is a future judicial process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime. What? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement? Oh. The proof? I kind of have saved now because I'm really fucked. Would it be the murder weapon? Because we were just talking about the serial number. Because you can't see it, it's an older gun. And that obviously can't be Kazuma's gun. So we need to provide evidence that proves... Oh no, well that's not good. We just need evidence that it's impossible for Asogi to commit the crime. Yeah, all good, it's all good. My idea... Maybe the sword?
Take that!
The evidence weep here, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Sorry? Truth. Alright. That wasn't it. I'm gonna go to the gun.
Take that!
Nope. Alright, it's not the gun. Would it be the trunk itself?
Take that!
No? Huh. Passport?
Take that!
I'm not sure where I'm supposed to go with this. Man, there's too much evidence. I don't know what I'm looking for, to be honest. I actually really have no idea. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of his involvement? Wow. I'm thinking. Blah. I don't know. Let's look here. I don't know. What?
Take that!
Well, it wasn't that. Good thought. There's something.
Take that!
It's not the gun. Yeah. It's not the gun. Yeah, we're just gonna load this back up. No, it won't. There's nothing left. Not the hairpiece.
Take that!
Oh, I'm so stuck. I don't have the trunk. I have Gregson's trunk, which this wasn't it.
Take that!
It wasn't it, sadly.
Take that! Take that! Take that!
There's only so many things I can even look at here.
Take that!
Yosogi will? No, it doesn't.
Take that!
Nope. Why is this one being so difficult? That's on Twitch's side. I have no issues on mine. I did try a sword. Bezos. Let's see. Did this. I did most of this stuff at this point. Might make sense to telegram. This is like the only other thing from the ship we haven't done. Is it more than just the ship? Like at this point, it can't be the letter, right?
Take that!
The letter? How is this conclusive proof? What? Itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof. Itinerary? How does that prove anything? Why would I think of this? I'm sorry, Yuna? What? Judge Goku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. Oh, the fact that no crewman knew the body was there. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard and came to investigate. So that tells us the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. Don't owe woe to that, Naomi. To what Yuna said. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock as indicated by on the itinerary. Yes, I see no blonde who reads things so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was all aboard the vessel at the time. So you're still seeing as these proceedings. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. Oh. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. Oh, he already stated he wasn't on the ship before the thing even started. Which I'm sure the court will create is a conclusive proof that Kazuma Soki couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. I didn't think that through. No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust whether he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish up. Yeah, fuck you. No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in the boarding house at Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. No, There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. Oh, he's gonna break! You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it, Seishiro Jigoku? It was a damn trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Oh, he's angry. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Yeah! Oh, well, he just broke another one. Oh! It's over. My life is over. He completely shattered it. God damn. He shattered that thing like it was nothing. A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. Assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asoki. Things didn't go according to plan. The chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place. That left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. Eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The National Forensic Science Symposium, I presume? That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. And I made arrangements for pretext of taking the Inspector to Dunkirk. The man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? There's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind, the entire operation. The Reaper himself. Wow, turning right back to the Reaper. So I guess the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper. But why? I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, Victor accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. It was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death. How awful! It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock, I intended to finish him by strangulation, but almost before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move. Oh. The gun wasn't even a plan. I'd received the British-issued gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary's physics student. I imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? It does. That's crazy. Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body discovered in the room of Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There's no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. For the first-class cabin sentry's return, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then arriving in Dover, you can seal the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps that the police would be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart said to me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon. Or to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone. He would take back his police identification. So this counterpart knew way beforehand about Hugh Boone. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. Fresno Street, that's my young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course, yep. I conceived of the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself than I would have otherwise. We found the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation. Yeah, so that he was investigating the Red-Headed League the whole time. I only arrived at the room at around 4:45. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, with the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I managed to, so the firecrackers go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. I didn't realize it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the fridge room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sort of details of what I did. So wait. His idea... so he knows nothing about, Barak von Ziek's even investigating this. So there's still information we don't know. So we know he killed him. But we still need to figure out who the real mastermind of this whole thing is, because it's not Barak von Ziek's. Because why would he try to incriminate him? Because if Barak von Ziek was the Reaper, he would know not to follow. I've heard enough. You've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. An exchange of assassins? What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Brent? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? You can tell us. Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. Yeah. What are you doing? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. Problem is, this is much... I don't think diplomatic immunity works like this. Especially when he's in the country he committed the crime in. Well, actually, no. To be fair, the crime was actually committed in France. It's just a complete international mess. Full murder Tobias Gregson. Seishiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found. Wait. Bear in mind all those present at the strict confidentiality demanded by this close court. Wait! Hold on! No. This isn't right. He's admitted to it, but that's not what this trial is. Didn't Strongheart just put Barak von Zieks as guilty? This doesn't seem right. To go, Mr. Shikoku signed a written confession admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. But the problem is, the trial is not on him. The trial is on Von Zieks. Because he just said it to guilty, I worry. That's not how this works. Oh, alright. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. Wonderful! Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Is something wrong? Ow! I'm just a little troubled by his silence. Truly addicted to the Reaper the Bane and this extraordinary assassin exchange. To remain in the dark about those mysteries. However, so far as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor, as you wish. Now for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant Barak von Zieks.
Objection!
Oh! Kazuma's not done. The prosecution calls for adjudication be deferred. Counsel, accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. This is the prosecution's unwavering position. He just what? He just really wants Von Zieks to be guilty. But Judge Jagoku's already confessed. Nevertheless, Eric Von Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it appears you have information the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Silky. Certainly, the murder Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into this sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but what I want to know is who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the Go Vex! No armor? Wow, just stripping my armor off just like that. Oh boy. Out there. Well, we can't do anything about it now, Naomi. We must embrace the booba. No more armor. For now. The mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. Already established, the Reaper himself. Certainly, that would appear to follow. Expose me? The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barrack Von Zieks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? Alright, we're moving on to a different phase. Order, order, order! The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case? Scholars are investigating Lord Von Zieks very thoroughly in that regard. We found no evidence whatsoever to claim that he is the Reaper. Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say, I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You were guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Von Zieks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Kazuma's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish Lord Von Zieks' unwillingly starting 10 years ago. This is still revenge for Kazuma. Very well. This is extremely irregular. I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defense will disclose any and all involvement, or the defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Oh, so this is just a new hearing outright. This is just a new case, technically. Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Don't mind the boot. Lord Von Zieks, I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. I'm sure they have backups, Naomi. Well, technically you could consider it he's in the defendants section. I don't question it. I first had suffered the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. Back up that Bluey. What do you mean? I'm not backing up anywhere. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Von Zeeks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order they may answer the accusations brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. What says the defense? The defendant in the witness stand could be extremely dangerous. I'm gonna open it. Kazuma sounds so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself. Ah. Stretch out my chest. Blah. That felt good for my chest, by the way. A little more open now. Trying to open this stupid bag because I want snacks. There we go. The little muffins. I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. I know! As a lawyer and as his friend. But that's what we must do. The defense has no objection, my lord. No. Well, defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. What? What noises? No. As you wish, my lord. Yeah, they just have a new witness stand. Oh no, it's super hot for you, blah. I'm happy to have my AC to cool me off. It's so nice and cool in here. It's like it's winter, almost. Hee. Remember assassin exchange. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years. I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, how I came to discover his body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. Oh, that's a problem. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution that you were the Reaper of the Bailey and that you masterminded the assassin exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Minosuke Naruhodo? Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Well, yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. I already know. There is. And I'll save quick just to be safe. Hi, devil. Hi, hi, hi. It's this. Ah, blah, blah.
Objection!
Yup, I already knew it. What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. The autopsy of Lord Clint von Zeeks. What? Oh, we proved a contradiction. Van Zeek said there was no connection, there was no common thread between him, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson in regards to the assassination plot. My brother's autopsy report. I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. It's not exactly. We don't know the truth yet. Hold on. Order in court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? The autopsy report of the professor's final victim is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again. The professor. I personally researched all the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. When the aristocracy of Lord Clint von Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. I'm a booped. Ada. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. As Dr. Wilson conducted the autopsy, his signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vile clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. He doesn't think it like that. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? Ooh. If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason, the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. True, because it's 2 out of 3 people in that case now. Only the prosecutor remains. Order. Order at once. Wait, Strongheart was the original prosecutor. 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham. I swore to myself that I'd prove it, which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Cosmo, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see without evidence that's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. Oh. Yeah, it had to have been Strongheart. He was originally the prosecutor, but Von Zieks pushed so hard to be the prosecution. And I don't think Kazuma knows that. Happens I have evidence. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruiter to kill Isho Jigoku. My true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I've already deduced. There is a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. Oh. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword Karuma before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Oh, here we go. Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was a professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated? It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak. Wow, so it really was fake. I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it? That's right. You're none. That's when he swung at the case. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Kazuma-sama? The results of Clint Von Zieks' autopsy were fabricated. That the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barrack Von Zieks. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly, and as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barrack Von Zieks. We need to say something.
Objection!
Objection! Kazuma Asogi? What? What you just told the court? Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for the trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. Then his feeling that, oh, what happened to my bit rate? Uh-oh. Well, that was a weird blip. We're back. In that case, I know the name of the Reaper. What? Lord Von Zieks? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. If Von Zieks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. Strongheart himself. I believe I know who it is, too. You? I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... It was gossip. No, I kid. Guy's 53. Let me just save. It had to have been.
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Male Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? Hi, Kai! Hi. Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court, but he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint von Zeeks, had been killed. I could only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. How's it going? It's going good. We're getting to the bottom of who the mastermind of everything is for over 10 years. Well, Lord von Zeeks, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death. So I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But see, now, I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that cost the inspector in the corner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. Whoa. Let's go. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history. I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. Oh, yeah, let's go. We're teaming up like this. I love it. It doesn't warrant a response. Why not? He loves showing his boot to enemies. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense. A wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself. You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint von Zeek's autopsy? That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
Yeah. But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. You mean to say... I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. Whoa, new post. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Arrgh! We're all teaming up now. Order. Order in court. Inspector Gregson's murder and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well. There's really no one left who can testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I Take it there are no objections. Kazuma, he's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down and pursue the truth about what happened all those years ago? Maybe there was someone who could testify about Clint Von Zeke's autopsy. There is someone! The person who did the autopsy herself. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, so far as dispatching assassin all the way to Japan and ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Syke won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection!
Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who Rinosuke, who? Tell me. Kazuma, Please, this trial can't end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person in the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Olicon V's is... Mikotoba! He was there! Yeah, Mikotoba was there as well.
Take that!
I remember! Help us, another Japanese. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord, Professor Eugene Mikotoba, 16 years ago. He came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in the autopsy lab 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. What? Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We can summon him to the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Lockhart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Professor Asuki, let me refresh your memories. You seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and the mastermind of the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence. That's actually why we need witness testimony. Professor, the case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Professor Usogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Oh, wow! That's fucked! Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances may exist, they'll be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection!
But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. What you mean, me? Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Sogi, you will be remanded following those two proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. Everyone's getting punished. This view of human revenge is over, young Master Asogi. Oh no. will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is... Hold it. Ah! Sholmes! But, Mr. Sholmes! This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. We remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. Leave the courtroom at once.
Objection!
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seijiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Hey, let's go! True! Lord Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows. Should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors? Order! Order in court! It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. That has emerged from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. Auditors of the gallery have no right to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence! He's right, the judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. Will that really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present who could honestly say he doesn't sense the same? What's... The trial should go on. Someone to witness. That's right. We need to clear this up before the young Japanese fellow is something. Wow. Good job, Sholmes. And I get armor back on. What? Why are you randomly doing exclamation Bluey and feet? What are you doing, Guyan? I'm so confused. No, Gothix. My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself for this outlandish accusation. And truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. No, you can't throw things at me. I don't have the technology for it. I don't have those. I'm technologically inefficient. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. Oh my god, they're all cheering testify. Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it would be rather awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. Oh? I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? So Mikotoba's here in the courthouse? Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. Of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you? Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. Alright, we're continuing on. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Is how deep I'm about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss. Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. Oh. I can do it. I can do this. Let's just keep going. I got time. I got a lot of time still. Oh, hi. Why is she staring at Mikotoba? So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Why is she just staring at Mikotoba? I don't like that. Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial University in Tokyo, Japan. I don't like this. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... this is Dr. Miyagori. Why are you sniffing? Oh god, what noise did I just make with my mouth? Ugh, I don't like that. What did I do? Well, what you sniffing, Goothix? Oh, blah. This is Dr. Maria Gori. Got many yards practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. What? Naomi's a cutie, yes. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. Stop staring! Oh, thank you. You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too. That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Ah, poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. Revelations about Dr. Scythe accumulates of these code defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. Oh. Is he part of the Ministry? Well, no, he's the Chief Justice, but I don't think he's the Ministry. Who's the Ministry of Justice? I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba. I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint von Zeeks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report is actually penned by you, I believe? Yes, I know it. All the doctor's findings and when you done, he read through the document and signed it. Mama. Oh god, this is creepy. Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she would have had such a good view of all the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? No shramping. I mean, I'm laying down in bed for the most part. I can adjust that at least. But, there's only so much I can do, you know? I adjusted a little bit. Actually, that adjustment was very much needed. No promises about my spine. So... Wait, what? That's not what I said! What? What? Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. No! Yuna's not able to do that to me! By force! Oh god, I'm in danger. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Von Zeke's autopsy would have never happened. He's absolutely convinced that would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. The Lord Drunkard had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that the mass murderers apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth. Oh god. Naomi, no! I want to hear Gothic speak. Talk about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. Come! And that's why I'm here too. Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. Oh, he's not taking any chances. One slip up and he's done. Here we go. Autopsy Clinton Zeeks. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. What? No one said anything! Ah! What? Blah. I'm a dummy, okay? I can't help it. No indication? Nothing to suggest fabrication? Professor Nakatoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Well, that clears things up nicely. Man, you looked so evil there. The only fabrication here, Sogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death? That is the fabrication. No, he really acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely, with the tip of a sword in his throat, he was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation or Lord Clint von Zeke's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. Nope, I can cross-examine. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes! Curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint von Zeeks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. Why are they different? That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Huh. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Inosuke, I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Huh. Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring your cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. Okay. Oh, good. We start a brand new set. I'm gonna read everything again. We're still not even told what that is. Like, we still don't even know what it was that that was in his stomach. Right? We have no idea. So let's just start pressing.
Hold it!
Okay, you couldn't say? No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either. Could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch the implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team. Quite, yes. We kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that. Professor Mikotoba, think! Is there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. A balloon made by Western style sword turns in the heart.
Hold it!
Alright. In all the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe? Their throats were, well, mauled? Correct, and yet Lord von Zeeks was stabbed. Do you mean to say... You think the may not in fact have been one of the professor's victims? There's no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But, so he confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to have taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Arr. The beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell. No other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all.
Hold it!
Huh? But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory? Does that matter? Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony could be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Sight, were in the stand, but... I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mom has told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report. I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see. Mama told me all about it. Oh? She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable. Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gory. What was it? What was the evidence? We still don't know. It was just that beautiful, dangerous piece of evidence removed from man's
Hold it!
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole. As if it might slip over a finger, perhaps. It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi. Oh! That certainly does say a lot. But my father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quarter of his left hand, the fourth, ring finger. I understood it was some sort of keepsake. My father left Japan for London 16 years ago. I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. I gotta sneeze. Abba-moi! Oh. Give me a sec. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? I brought the ring along with me today. Nice, Gory! What? Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores. Good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach? Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my, really? At that precise moment, Dr. Simone asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory, the removal of historical evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. He found on Lord Convenzi's stomach during the authentic class in the gem looked sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting the jewel. Please examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. I will. Let's take a good long look at this. Ow. That claws are doing a good job protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp. Right, that was a very quick... That's very good clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. Who would make such a dangerous ring? Couldn't swallow without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. Sticking one chip on about that size would go down much better. Some red bead paste in the middle. Yes, Guyan? Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. So it's not swallowable, right? I don't see anything specific. I thought like this marking right here would say something. Kidnap the owl. I'm gonna present the ring.
Objection!
Oh, never mind. Whoops. The English channel with tears. I'll just press for now then.
Hold it!
I don't need to do kidnapping. And that was the decisive piece of evidence alleged against Sogi's arrest? Correct. After full investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. That's a lie. My father was no killer. Derek Von Zieks, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. Yes, I know Naomi's cute, but I can't just kidnap. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. That's everything, is it? Poor father, he looks so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind. Oh! I couldn't say were his words. Everything was very deliberate, I'm sure. He's had his suspicions all these years. If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened. Remove any trace of doubt. If this Samus's cousin someone's claim of fabricated evidence was true, we can't shy away from this now. Even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity. Mr. Naruhodo, I'll be right beside you. Whatever may happen. Oh! That ring is so sharp, how could there be no signs of internal injury?
Objection!
Yeah, okay. The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right, as I said in my testimony before. At that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson? that Dr. Wilson possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, Counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual is noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. In addition to its size, there were the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man. Ring of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's conceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained in internal trauma. No. You knew, Mikitoba. And there you arrived at sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the lab that day. Oh. Look at this. Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikitoba? Well, if you swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, shouldn't you expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus? Torn mucous membranes at the very least? Dr. Mikitoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write that down. Wow. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but the damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified to even living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. I don't think so. Dr. Gorey, rest assured that your removal of evidence of the stores without permission will not go unpunished. We open up the dead to find the truth. I beg your pardon. But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Dr. Gorey, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Good job, Gorey. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before. About a memory I have of Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? Yeah, it was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scars. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! The next thing I knew, there was a silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobble street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. His ring finger. Oh. He lost the finger because it got shot. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying... I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question perhaps I was the intent target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence the intent item was miraculously found. You mean, the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
He refuses to believe that. You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested. Kazuma, open your eyes. He just can't stop believing that it's not. He refuses to say it's, that Barrack von Zieks isn't involved. Inosuke, you must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you're so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Planned it out. Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you were apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? It's extremely hard to believe. Let's imagine that there was some miraculous or some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh! Yeah, what's the reason? In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord von Zieks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then... Why? That's very strange. If Yosoki did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... That would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence. An obvious conclusion which you should have arrived many minutes ago. Prosecutor Asogi, our twisted loyalty and cloud judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin, Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. Gah! If that autopsy was all above board, there'd be nothing to stop Lord Strong from bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection!
Oh! Okay. Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Council? My lord,
Your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole. Ooh, I beg your pardon? You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, alright. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting the two people with connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? Ooh, true. Asogi's life could have been threatened. If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I'd start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. But me? Because myself created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we could only show there was a reason for his father's silence in this trial. Reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? Enough, Torque. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that you could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? The Asogi papers.
Take that!
This is the defense's answer to that question. It's not? Could have at least accompanied that penalty with an explanation of why that answer was wrong. I also found knew that the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated. Why would he have said nothing in his trial? For me, I'd have protested my innocence until I was blue in the face. So, if we're right about the autopsy reports, there must have been a strong reason for his silence. And perhaps he's saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency? The sword, maybe? I'll save here, but I think it's the sword. No, we're not out of options.
Take that!
Nope. Where's my battery at? Alright, good enough. It's not the bunny.
Take that!
Nope. fact we never got rid of any of this evidence. Well, no, this wouldn't matter.
Take that! Take that!
Nope. Huh.
Take that!
Oh, it is. I wasn't thinking. Huh. The dismissal notice for Mr. Vigil. I wasn't thinking that originally because I thought it was stuff that would have happened before the conviction, not stuff after. It's true that Genshin Hisogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. Right! Because he knew he was going to be able to escape. Escape the execution. That didn't actually lead to execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way. The defense is correct. Fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such a lot couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here a dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there was suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Hisogi and the British government. Ah, I didn't think of it like that. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Hisogi can be explained in no other way. Order! There's fabricated evidence is now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Ah! Governor Keaton and the poor chief warder of the prison. I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. Summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, you won't be in any trouble, my lord. What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rapple-pated at times. I can assure you he's extremely thorough. Wow! He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier. Asking Governor Keaton and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Alright, Sholmes! You're getting everybody involved! Damn. Mr. Sholmes did that? You say Sholmes is dumb, but he's getting everybody here. He knows what he's doing. Are you telling me that? Both men are Sholmes ex machina? Unless I'm much mistaken. Waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Can't deny it now. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than the latest business to rest once and for all. Okay. Nice. Shulm's coming in clutch. So now it's just... Okay, so... Witness the wetness? Where's the wetness? What? Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? I, Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gus. But that's by you. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. Good job, Vigil. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Where's moisture? How do I testify to them? I'll testify to my water. Gosh, the professor! I've been through all this before a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Ah, well... The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. He escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. Caden, did you know? If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Sogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, capital punishment. Gods! Hold on there, laddie. All I did was... With this? Governor Caden. Aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. So your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Sogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. Alright, before we do this, time to pee. Be right back.
I'm back. Once again. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Give me a sec. Hide the eggs? What? Well, one, why are there eggs everywhere? And why are you trying to hide them from me? Huh? Alright, the jailbreak plot. Egg! It was the day the Japanese Jack was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder vigil here and put that plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Suki right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't care if there was some negotiations with the convict in the prosecutor's office. I just carry out my duty for the Majesty's great British Empire. A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't again that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there was any other thing about the professor case that was any unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing's very clear. As suspected, there are clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asoki and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asoki admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord? I don't see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. You intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. Clandestine? Clandestine? Seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel. The jailbreak plot. Alright. The directive came from the day he was found guilty. Okay.
Hold it!
Just... Ah, no! Alright. Clandestine. Gotcha. Well, the armor has been removed once again. What? What do you mean, Guyan? Huh? I'm confused. And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive? Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. Blah. I don't know what you mean. And it wasn't me. Oh, I didn't even know that, to be honest. Oops. I can even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? Is it done where it started? There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I can give you an indication of who was behind it. You can't be serious. All I can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. Like the rest of them on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with speculation. Just get the job done. I assigned the convict to the chief order vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes, alright?
Hold it!
Is this official? You didn't know anything about it at all? That's right. My only role in this scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Yup. It's a poor thing that to take their foot. Alright then, who else didn't know about the plan? I didn't know the first idea, lady. My part of the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folks in the prison service who'd be given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved? Aye, that's right. I want to tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the lanes was Dr. Stevens. Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Sight that she's known now? Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? What about the Asogi papers?
Objection!
Nope. Never mind. Well, I didn't save, so I can't. Objection, there's no contradiction here. Oh. Alright. Just keep pressing for now. I'm jumping ahead. Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor, the man that terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. But it was precisely thus while someone who had taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Gosh, I can't apologize enough. No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. Damn. What else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? Convict in the prosecutor's office.
Hold it!
I acknowledge that order came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Well, be that as it may, I think I care nothing about that. Look that. Afraid to stand is no place to pretend what you don't know for sure. I can that much, I do. And I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. Whoa. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. He may very well be found complicit in a murder, Governor. So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. Wow. Bold. Did you carry out the plan to its entirety? I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Gesh and Sogi were shot dead in Locate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the jock out of the jail and nothing more. I can't tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. Oh!
Oh, he's remembering something.
Excuse me.
It wasn't part of the plan. Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Berkeley convention? Why are they both saluting? Already? Barclay convention. What Governor Keenan was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? Aww. For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors, the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Soki in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind, but the point is, if the intention was always to betray him... Reading Kalfira will do. Whenever we finish, if she is still streaming. Why would there be any need of all the chicaneries of an escape? Ah! This is quite true. If whoever negotiated with the Sogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in the vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay behind the high prison walls. Almost nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Kaden? Truth be told, this is a method that's never quite made sense to me. Oh? If you believe there's some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak, Atri Kasogi and the body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Garner Kaden, I must assist you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Kids, go on then. It seems to me that the Japanese fellow didn't have nothing to bargain with. The Sogi papers. Right?
Objection!
Yep. Not the shogi. I can't play shogi. I've tried. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Sogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. You prefer to play with tiles, fair enough. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Alright, fair enough, Guyan. Hold on, I'm gonna drink some water. Which means that Mr. Soki must have had a trump card. Something guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. It is definitely couldn't possibly have anything like that. Oops. But do you know that he did, Governor? These Sogi papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Sogi. It turns out Mr. Sogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did you, you wee lad? Didn't I tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now. Grrr!
When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict's cell, Mr. Soki pleaded with the warder. I liked then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. Weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, the document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Isoki Papers. Governor Kaden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Isoki Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow. Snakes, what the place did you blend in the boots? The will was found like the blubber in the fella's cell where I said it would be. But how could that be? Where is his cell? I'll search the place from top to bottom. Well, you did a little blubber job, Peely Wally good, loot. You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you before, did I know you're a lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Isoki. Which means everything it says it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Isoki described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? Ah. As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. So the papers were stolen. That last vilification by defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. Water. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former chief warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. What? No. I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Isoki Papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where's the real document?
Objection!
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything. Very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Prison and something. Well, the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some of this in negotiations took place. Some of us just going to gloss over this obvious stuff. What did you say? Hear more from the chief warder. Have him testify again. Trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. It would seem that the book of you here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. Got a little confidence there. Okay. We're going somewhere. Keep it going. The Isoki Papers. As the warder described, so the warden responsible for condemned convicts. I attended Mr. Isoki and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something that with that will in his cell. He turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. At least but the Isogi papers when it directly came to me and found him. It was in the fields of the fiddler's load that was left in the cell. Kimono, I think it's called. Oh. It is kimono. That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. No sense that you clone me that you. What's say what finger? Nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Alright, then the hold you like to take on my clavat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? You're gonna give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? He's like vibrating. I was saying, he was like vibrating more and more. Look at his face! Little and large. What a double act. Complied with Soki's will as far as was possible. All his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely. I mean, you can deny the hand on the end of that is your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really? Ah, interesting. And this last will and testament of man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. I don't know. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Ah! Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. We got this. Alright. I can't make any sense in Mr. Sogi and Cat Blanche himself. We'll just press for now. So, would that mean that you converse with Mr. Sogi? Yes, certainly. Though there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm concerning his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know, that's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. My throat! Ah! So intelligent. It put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. What about the will you saw him with? Can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes. Found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell.
Hold it!
What's he doing? He pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. And like the Pampatida, you didn't tell me plainly to trust that was. I could see the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. What he told us 2 days ago? The convict had been strictly forbidden from making any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. Ah, so when exactly was the will penned? It is the fundamentals that demanded the Buckley, obviously. Yes, the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Soap to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely, right? That would make more sense. It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell. What the defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor? Can he be expected to get in the inner workings of the prosecutor's office? In that case, Lord Stormcart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter?
I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now.
Which means he has one.
I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time.
The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected.
Hi again, Kai!
I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery then.
Mysteries for days!
Ah! Guy!
Ah!
There you go. Well, the thing is about that will. Turned someone's sale looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understood it. Is that right?
Yeah, oh wow.
Yes, and when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It can have disappeared completely in my face." I love that he's faking the shaking and the pull.
Well, it's doomed to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should.
I think Aaron needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo. Point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. And before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. An executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. Oh, you mean... The article based on Mr. Druber's experience in the Little Gate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you'd aid against Nasogi escape out of prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that.
Yeah, you better feel bad, Kaden.
Listen, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else. Just my director came.
Hold it!
Bye. That directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak. I was two levels of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it? I didn't afford it, and I didn't know him now. I consider it that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The director said it had to be somewhere inside the fellow's cell. Document? Is that the wording? Document, not will? Aye, that's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Nasogi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after. Oh. Your testimony then, witness. I'm gonna press the last thing first before I do anything else.
Hold it!
In Mr. Sogi's kimono? Aye, the one he brought with him when he was knocked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. This late, he was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had never items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword? Kuruma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Respect for Inosuke. Respectful silence? Warders carry freedom, so there are times the inmates have sex from the ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed sword but no writing materials?
Yeah, that doesn't really make sense in the grand scheme of things.
It's the when the validity came to stay with the sparkler, you see. Dr. Ikutobu was asked to bring necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. Zeruzi Inkstone, Blacksmith ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. It's bloated. It's like to say, let us just use like a William message at like it limbs to me. Oh,
Excuse me.
I'm glad I kept pressing. Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? A little. Mr. Vigil. Sir. It was Scarlet, sir. What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Wait. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Scarlet. Hold on. Scarlet ink stains. Oh. The last weapon was whatever Clint wrote. Oh! Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of abhorrence? Something of abhorrence? Possibly, or possibly not. I can't tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asked Mr. Oliver to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Mission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in Scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. Can I present this now? We'll save here. I feel like I got something here.
Objection.
Yep, got it. Scarlet colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? Hey, let's get again. You have no evidence to see that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. It's scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Which is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should the ink have sullied his fingertips, I would have to clean them immediately. What is your point, counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Von Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Oh? Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's ink glove was open. Oh. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual, and no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. The document disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document Lord Clint Von Zeeks was writing moments before his death? Then it was... If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil. Sir? When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, His precise words were as follows, were they not? But what's on that paper? Same words. Old Testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament. Ugh. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint von Zeeks. No. What? Whoa. What a twist. Oh, he's pissed. This is madness. My brother's last will and testament? That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question. Von Zeeks. Clint was pursuing the professor and consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never abandon his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene.
Objection!
But he died differently, too. And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that could be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. Oh. So he had evidence against them. It was basically blackmail. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contain information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. Ah! No, it couldn't be. What is it? I've heard more than enough. The sweetest notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to it means there's absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint von Zeeks. All the testimony evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. With no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there's no line of reasoning to pursue. Von Zeeks? Oh, this is it. Reason why Lord Clint von Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. Was Clint actually the professor? But it's just too hideous. Right? Was Clint actually the professor this whole time? Sir Hodo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning. I just didn't think it made any sense, but I didn't have any of the facts to even suggest that, you know? I'll have to do when you enter the courtroom, so if I'm not mistaken, Mrs. Sato. So hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Yeah, yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Critvanzix left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, this will related to the Professor case. Defense Celesti is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Inosuke? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Critvanzix was in fact... It's gotta be in confession. I'm saving just in case it's not a confession. It's either a confession or an accusation. Because if it's a weapon... Well, no. I don't think it's Now I'm thinking about it. Awa! Because if it was a confession, why would it be used as a weapon by Asogi? Maybe because they didn't want to admit that a higher up member of the nobility was killing multiple people? I think we're going with the confession then. Yeah. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Von Zeeks actually penned that day was a confession. Huh? Should be. No, the last one was part 13. Yeah, there is no part 14. It's part 13. This is part 14. Why are you trying to confuse me? Yeah, because I didn't... Yeah. Because I streamed the entire week, and then I only streamed 2 games last week. Last time, we ended with everybody bonding together. We didn't leave last time in the middle of a trial. It was basically the day was off. Alright. Why did you have to confuse me like that? Alright. We're gonna read that. I believe that what Lord Clint Von Zeeks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, Council. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the professor? That would mean everything was a lie. Lord Von Zeeks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor? The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy? Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Von Zeeks himself. Whoa, I love the reaction from the other two. It's finally open, isn't it? Pandora's box. The Three Von Zeeks family, they've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. Zeeks was a paragon of justice in the capital. He's actually a mass murderer. A perjury atrocities of violence nature. The Joe Bugler found out. No ordinance could truly be finished. The fact he reacted like that means it's true. My brother. This is too awful. Brother Von Zeeks. And that means probably Strongheart ended up killing Clint to hide the truth. I wonder though, did he never suspect? Oh, yeah. Okay, but you said that and he set up a Sogi. I don't think he set up a Sogi. How Genshin is involved in this, I have no clue. That makes no sense to me. Tsunahodo? Lord Beric Von Zeeks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order in the court. Lord Von Zeeks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. He would call him a giant. I don't believe this. Alright, good night, Kai. Thanks for coming by. Blah, blah, blah. We got this craziness. I don't believe this. Ah! Wow, I'm done booped and quacked. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds on our house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too. Almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. A jewel-studded collar? Is it the same collar they found before? It has to be the same collar. Yeah. That's right, though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. Jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief? It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during a time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. Yup. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B. What? An emblem bearing the initial B? How you know it? It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Probably, yeah. Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem is an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then, the collar you described was Balmung's.
Family insignia Lord Clint Von Ziek's widow?
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. Yeah.
So is it true then? Clint Von Ziek's really was the professor?
Impossible. These Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of an unjust charges brought against him. Oh, okay. So somehow... Okay, so Sogi somehow knew that... They did say earlier that it was assumed that Genshin was discovered who the professor was. That is another question. I don't know. Let's wait out of the unjust... So yeah, Asogi was getting framed by somebody. Now obviously it wasn't Clint. Asogi wasn't... I don't know, it's so weird, like how did Genshin get involved in the first place? Why was he the scapegoat? Just because he's Japanese? Knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed. And that is also true. Who shot him? And still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing that justice was done. That thought that though his enemy remains, a diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then. You may have the truth. Oh? Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Von Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. Yeah. We need to know. I mean, we know we're confident the Reaper is Strongheart right here. We assume it's him. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. Can't believe we're actually getting the truth about this. The 19th century was truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Von Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually, he was consumed. No. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? So yeah, Genshin figured it out. 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. You have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet, but he keeps out an enormous savage hound in the state. We need the full support judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a Vesuvius student. Maybe Genshin did end up killing Flint. So he turned down the Soki's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the vat Zeke's mentioned on his own. You can only imagine now what happened between the two men. We know the outcome, of course. Lord Flint von Zeke's perished. I don't believe this. So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did? He made the late Lord von Zeeks meet the same fate. Put a permanent end to the professor killings. By taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? I've already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time. Oh. If they really didn't know, they just thought he was another victim at the... Or he didn't think it was a victim of the professor, but... You knew? I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you then who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Well, he admits it. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson? Obviously, he opposed me at first. Of course he did. Are you off the rocker? You can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Soki who murdered Lord von Zeeks. The house staff had made statements that they saw the man running for the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. We haven't yet got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog. So we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. Whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey. So Gregson was forced to work with him. So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson, some hired help? I can't believe Genshin, or Gregson, was in charge of that. Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Soki was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. I just don't believe that part.
far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What? What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Soki. Me? Oh, strong card threatened his life. Perhaps you have a desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. What? Well, I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention. And you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel. May you choose wisely or not. It will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. Whatever rash claims you might make in court, will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind. It's the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi? Kazuma. Yeah, you kinda did call it. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost. That's still fucked.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Millstrongcart? Yep. He has to be. A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barrack von Zeeks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to wreak justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What reason? I knew you'd play the part to perfection. But you really wasn't that to some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. So, Gregson truly was working with the Reaper, but it's kind of it's tricky. Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe? Ah, so that's why she got involved. So what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I successfully safeguarded law and order in a mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. No, we still don't know who killed Asogi. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. Yeah, that's really the only thing left. However, let me say in my defense. Yeah, the note too. It was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Strongcard did it? Not for a collection of crimes, but still. Those who died at the Reaper's hand were rotten to the core anyway. If it was all an aid to keep them safe. Very conflicted.
There is no one left now who could reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial could go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Be gone! What? It's funny because it doesn't even say, like... I guess it did say first-time speaker. I was paying attention. Almost nobody need know the truth. And Her Majesty must be protected from this. While you and the Queen... I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
Hold it!
Yeah. There's still... I have one last question. For the accused Lord Von Zeeks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. Enemy suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once, really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. Ah, interesting. That is inconsistent. That will do. Neither Clint Von Zeeks nor Ganesh and Soki still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two excellent pieces of evidence from the time. The woe-begone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asoki, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Here today I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
Yeah, something... We're not done. We're close. Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. The rabbit, yeah. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must assist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? The point was that it was nobles. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't a noble. But all I did was ask the accused one simple question.
Heckin'. Wah. Thank you so much for the raid, honey. Blah, blah, blah. Thank you. Hope you're doing good. We're doing a super long stream to finish this because I'm so invested right now. Well, it began with Overon Seeks and his recollection about his brother. The word Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I'm really pleased that we could draw no further useful conclusions here. He fell asleep. Oh no, pat pat. Sleepy honey. We'll cuddle. I merely point out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is this contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's hard to identify who. No, I'm not falling asleep on stream. Hold on, I'm gonna... Wait. The Will and Testament's 2 pages, not 3. Ooh. The evidence. And this word Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke. Think back over his words. Find the problem. Either Clint, Manzik's Mortgage, and Sogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence for the time. There will be gone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence condemned us against Sogi, and the 3-paged last will. Yeah. Left like and left behind by the man. Interesting. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? One of the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense is right to pursue an explanation. Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim your words contain contradiction with the Asogi papers. I'm glad I read through that, because...
Take that!
Absolutely. You fucked up. This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-paged will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were... the 3-paged last will and testament. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? Uh-oh. For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Keaton? What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. I was there for sure. I remember the black, William likes claws to this day. What do you mean? I'm not gonna just fall asleep on stream. Why? If I fell asleep in the middle of the stream and Mom or Dad woke up super late and saw me, they'd be freaking out. Blah. Pet. I've done. What? What are you complaining about? Yeah, it is close to end. Love you too, honey. Blah. I'm not gonna fall asleep close to the end. I'm too excited. And I will say, I have done better with not falling asleep on stream. Close to falling asleep on stream. And a click to Melon that was the third page at the time.
What?
Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. And correctly, the third was a message to his lad by Japan. For legal purposes, it required only his will. And when the millennial wanted any uncomfortable words about what to get back to Japan, eh? So they decided that the third page wanted to be sent.
Objection!
What?
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel. It happens. I have the third page of the document with me now. My father's message. It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial's over. We need to know what it says now. Slicing me goes a vile clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Sogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. The request is denied. Inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
Objection!
We don't know that. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then. Governor Keaton, you will read the third page document for all present to hear. Yes, sir. Only, I shall point out, my lord, that I can actually read worm language. Spiel handwriting? Shame on you, Barry. Oh, Mikotoba. Shame on you, Barry. If I could be assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father? You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba? Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. Perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I translate Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. I see he's leaving as soon as this is done. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. Our darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Kuruma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. Haiku poem? Twist thy head? Father, what is Kuruma? The name of the Isogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations, and embodies Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence early in these proceedings. Oh, yeah! You're right! That's scarlet, isn't it? Would you say that's like a scarlet color? Yeah! The one word by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Ooh, okay. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment to this course is long overdue. As presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Von Zieks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his neural faculty.
Objection!
How dare you! I refuse to believe that in my blood. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged elderly pendant's final moments appears to have been lost forever. Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we can never have achieved the reduction in crime the capitalists see.
Objection!
what about Inspector Gregson then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. The unicorn rod? However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. I gotta say, Naomi, definitely didn't see that coming with the message. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Ikatoba, you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will. This courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. Come on, Ryunosuke. This is my last chance. Sir Hodo! Open the sword. I present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? You can. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd. There's nothing relevant remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time you realize something, my lord. Open the sword! This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? It's not what I have, it's what you have. I dare say. The final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you... Decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that you can sell this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. A sordid affair? What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
Take that!
What did I say, counsel? If you're capable were my words. Ah! This evidence clearly demonstrates you're not. You're only destroying your own argument. Oh, that's not it? Come on, Ryunosuke. We know that Soki-san negotiated with Lord Strongheart 10 years ago. See, the last one was von Zeke's bargaining power. After his death, the document couldn't be found in his cell at the prison. Oh, true. True. Intent on more self-destruction. Let it be so then. Accept whatever you think you have that can sell this decade-old enigma. You're right. We have new stuff to inspect. Or we don't? Great blade. It's such a thing of beauty, I want to gaze on it for hours. Now I take the sword out. Mighty Kuruma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. Hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I may make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't be your head. Oh, let's say the history and development of the katana some time ago. And as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. This head in Japanese was pronounced as Kashira, I believe. Kashira? Kosugi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think... Ah! What's inside it? Is that... a tightly wound sheet of parchment? That's insane!
Scarlet ink. It's written scarlet ink. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Sir, hold out. Look at the signature at the end. Clip von Zeeks, and the date 10 years ago on that fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karuma and nobody knew. That's insane. And it's not the murder. It's just as soon as that third page just made too much sense for us. Old Testament of Lord von Zeeks. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Trump card left behind. He kept it in the sword all these years. That's insane. I can't look at it. It's that important, you can't look at it.
Take that!
There is a single piece of evidence that could clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint von Zeeks. A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was long lost ago. Lost long ago. That's right, it was, only... I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Impossible, that can't be. Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Whoa, you lost it. My father's last will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karuma? That ultimate weapon Genshin Sogi attained is laying undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years. Just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. Signature seal certain look official. My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I forbid the contents of that document being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid.
Objection!
Too bad. You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the court.
Objection!
No. Get my boot. Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. Beg your pardon. For forcibly ending a trial without good reason, and not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Whoa. You are backed into a corner now, my good sir.
What? Guyan? No! You're a wee lad in Japan. That would make no sense.
Clint von Zeeks really did pen the will that day. As the young Japanese man said. Read it out, now! You have a right to hear what's in that will. A right and a duty. Well, my lord, I'd rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hoped. Fools. Go ahead, Rinosuke. Read it. Prosecution gives it its full support. Very well then. No, for God's sake. No! I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. Oh. They did mention that it looked like he was in a duel. Like in a fight. In the autopsy. In honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. Wow. I, Clint Von Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Von Zieks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Oh, so he was blackmailed into this as well. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. Oh. Yeah, he blackmailed the Professor and he was forced to kill more. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. Yeah, he was. But he did ultimately do the killings. Now we know. There is no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night. I am eternally damned. Oh, so it was... They did a official duel. One of them was going to die either way. To my extortioner, male arms Strongheart, and you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. That's huge. So now we know. Yes, Clint Von Zieks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. True, Strongheart probably did. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you. Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court just heard could destroy justice in this country. You weren't trying to protect justice at all. What you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up till now. God, the corruption. The corruption levels in this. You don't even see that in regular Ace Attorney. The worst thing we've seen with Ace Attorney was bad prosecutors, and there were bad prosecutors and defense lawyers. But it never got this far that it affects an entire country. It just didn't make sense to me. Third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. So use your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Von Zieks, to take him down. It had to be done.
London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots. The Lord Chief Justice time could see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. Why do I feel like this would happen in present day at this point? Oh yeah, absolutely, Guyan. By murdering the man, the Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
No, it wasn't. You wanted power. You want to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Nah, Genshin is so good. Well, that was unfortunate. I fully intended to send back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku? The judge? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you fool. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. He intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. Oh! Right. When this other guy showed up, an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves, and he witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers would in London cemeteries, but that grave on that particular night, blast! I find out the company was really executed. The scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then, what do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. Can't live now this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him you could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku. Do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot. Wow, so Jigoku was the one that shot. That's fucked. Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close. The blood sprayed over his coat. They could have shot him, yeah. That would have made more sense. He fled as fast as his legs could carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he'd just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened at Logate Cemetery that night. I can't believe Jigoku just greed for power just was too much. It's so easy to get corrupt with power, I swear. Ow. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request.
coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. At that time, Jikoku was Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would happen if it came to light he murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? You're insane! These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld, and I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Objection!
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you don't fault crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint Von Zieks from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
He's a psychopath, yeah. Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Save the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
Oh, I'm liking voicing him right now. You've done nothing. It's when Von Zieks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. Well, defending Barrack Von now. Dr. Gregson fought with English for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you try to hide. No, the darker recesses of this underworld were largely filled by you. You little. When will you get thick skulls? That it was all for Queen and Country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who willing to twist the truth and coerce others have a right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. This is insane. Like, I've seen most of the Ace Attorney games. This has probably been the biggest. This has probably been the biggest, well, dear me, my good fellows, dear me. I want to say round of applause again for a quite marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those divided great scratchings that POV pronounced in English. Really, our friends with our values are quite the picture of industriousness. Fraud, keep your mockery. Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the dark recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it? Done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes. I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. Oh, do we have to prove he actually did commit a crime? No. What? It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've really been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed.
Objection!
You can't get away with that. Oh, bitrate did go down a little bit. Yeah, you've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. What? Friend them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? No one can say anything now. I would like to address all the good lords, ladies and gentlemen of the judiciary here present.
You all know these darker recesses are our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. You make this sound like Assassin's Creed at this point, where the assassins fight the Templars, and it's all in darkness. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? Chaos. When the infamous murder of royals and nobles, a respected member of the aristocracy would see himself. That evidence was fabricated in Scapegoat's trial, amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. Yeah, he is protecting himself, I know. It's all a cover. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by Scotland Yard Inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. The general public of Bryn knew the truth. All faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down and cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely, as it was 100 years ago when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Yeah, he made this insane cover, and because the implications of the cover, he's protected himself. So he's making it so that he can't be in trouble either. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new area of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, what say you? He has a point. I think Sir Sarah has done it quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, is there a duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the criminal crime rate. By fair means so foul, that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. Are you kidding? They're siding with him? Are you hearing this? Is this the will of the British judiciary? He's actually... That's insane! Look at him! For your rousing response, friends. I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased. You had to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. He conclusively proved his guilt. It's still manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Inosuke, it looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. Time to use evidence! We need help. Yes, as I know only too well. The only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. But Sir Hono, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know where anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now. Let's go. We're not done yet.
Take that!
Time for the rabbit.
my! Yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if he had that with you earlier. Expose all Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I have no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. Let's go! So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Sholmes is gonna wrap this up for us. Absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then and heave. I'm not gonna. Why do you say that, Naomi? All right, here it goes. Heave. Ow! 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 Your fellows must I remind you every time. A gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes, looking in the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here. Mr. Naruhodo, he's. Oh. It's Mr. Sholmes. What? Hologram? I was expecting you back, Sholmes. How did he get a hologram? What? Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What? What is... Look at this. Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons. This is a close court. You've been warned once already, man. What the? We can't get up on him, my lord. We just go right through him. Look at him dancing. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. So now, hold on, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. But Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to a electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Light sounds that are transmitted. So, could not images keep them company? I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes, what a modest description. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes, now you're just being immodest. This went nuts, but they put in the work. Do you mean to say you got actually here, Sholmes? I knew my trusty partner wouldn't have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner. Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you. Dear me. You, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was waiting. I am, at present, enjoying the air in a very splendid garden. Garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. Oh shit. He went to the fucking queen. What? You can't be Buckingham Palace. What a ballsy man. What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there? Ah, well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. What? That's insane. What on earth is this all about? The palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. Order in court. I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen? You can't be. I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivable, distasteful trickery by the great detective, that's all. Unforgivable, distasteful trickery? With an apt description. close court session attended by elite members of the series of their event. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her. Everything. From start to finish. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. By dint of the Herlection's remote cinematograph, he's been recording the entire proceedings. Even more badass. Alright. You meddling. Technology. Technology is what gets people out of the darkness. This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, beginning you brought to my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. Sometimes, Guyan. Sometimes courtrooms are publicized. Hey, we're not gonna question it. Inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean. Her Majesty is seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assumed there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. I confess I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No! True. The courtroom artists are pretty cool, pretty good at what they do. I'll admit that. But I like seeing publicized court proceedings. I forget who it was, but it was me and my mom was watching the case. And it was the mom with her daughter drowning in the pool. But she was found not guilty of murder for that. Like, it was a very interesting trial to actually go through. And the fact she was found not guilty of that was pretty shocking. Oh, the artist guy in? No, I was merely... Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. A message? Ooh. Oh, he took the message from Iris. Oh no. Well then, if everyone is staying comfortably, forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded the Mill Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming day. Public trial. Yes. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Let's go, Queen! Justice as a country need to be administered from the shadows at all. Yeah, goodbye, Strongheart. Hail, Strongheart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Hell yeah. Adjourn! 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 Court is adjourned! Oh, he broke it. Oh. Oh. Super guilty.
Oh, it's gonna break. It actually did break. Wow. Oh, wait. Uh. Ah! What a finale. I thought he was gonna get crushed. That wouldn't have been very satisfying. Oh my god, he got burnt. Lord Clint von Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asoki's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain this situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched the cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume? What do you mean? Yup. The need to attain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Sophie's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in a sword's hilt. You don't read Japanese. That's your problem. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord von Zeeks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. What? Oh, there is. As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barak, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I only ask for forgiveness. Oh my god, Guy and the puns, why? Next time we nip on that in the bud, oh my goodness. For forgiveness. That's the cutest, oh my god. Help! Asoki is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He's agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. For my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint von Zeeks. Wow. Oh no. Clint. The man's gonna cry. Male Strongheart? You colluded with Seishiro Jigoku no criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. You cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. Why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? Good question. To ascend to the very peak. Oh, his ultimate goal. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough, short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General. I could have no real power to affect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine, which can't happen, that is not realistic. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? No, you didn't. Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as... You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. Ah! True. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. Oh! Yay! Our actual judge! May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend? My lord! As a member of the judiciary, I am performing the proceedings for the gallery. I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. Now we're back to normal. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past years has at last been dispelled. No lousy shomes. Adjudication. Adjudication. So weird. Au revoir.
Thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star for the East. Defense Counsel Navahodo.
Yes, my lord. English is dumb, yes.
On behalf of everyone here present at the Billy, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice so worked to twist over its long history was finally to no change, this might just be the man to do it. What? He had faith in us this whole time. But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Let's go. 6. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortune's entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Sogi, led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial system is Sato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Von Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. Not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Just surprising people. So the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo? What a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. Truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. Truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. For that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do instinctively even. As soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well said, well said. Well, I must excuse myself now.
But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Stormguard, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until I pass across again somewhere. Goodbye. Well then, it would appear that this long trail has finally come to an end. Yeah, stream's getting close to 6 hours. I should be asleep, but it's okay. This is worth it. I don't have too much to work tomorrow anyway. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Berg von Zieks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant Berg von Zieks not guilty.
What's the unresolved issue? Yeah, oh yeah, never mind. I don't think we're ever gonna know. We just kind of decided that Naruhodo and Susanoo will be Iris' siblings.
My god, Guyan. That is all. Court is adjourned.
God. We did it. It's over. Now we go to finale. 4:21 p.m. God. That lasted all day in game.
That actually lasted close to how long my stream is.
It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo? I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you.
Oh, thank you very much. I really couldn't have done without you at my side through it all, Mrs. Sato.
Oh! Aww. Kindness means so much to me.
It really was a very splendid show, that Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing.
Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Von Zieks' smiling face, everything will seem much better.
That's not a smiling face. Mrs. Sato? Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder.
Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. You to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today? Well, it's quite remarkable. But when I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever imagine in court today, I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. Zeke doesn't smile. Maybe. Just wait. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just a feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth of what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you.
Harmonious words. I'm sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here.
Kazuma. Oh, hi Kazuma. You also do not have a smile on your face. Mr. Sato, there's another face like thunder here. My, and he really was here. Lord Von Zieks? Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me? Or curse me? You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin, if I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you can know. I will hold them dear. Sama? I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Von Zieks wrote before his duel with my father. Oh? What part? Soki's a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He's agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Von Zieks. How can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps... Oh? I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father? Okay. It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Oh? Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agreed to assist Cicero, and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry is in hiding there. A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with a child. The birth is imminent. Iris? As a medical man, I'd like you to attend her. Please, you're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Oh my god. Genshin Asogi is Iris's dad. Don't be daft. Oh, never mind. It's a favor that was asked of me. No, it's not Genshin. It's Clint Von Zieks that is Iris's dad. Which makes... I called it! Oh my god, I called it that Iris and, Barrack were related. Oh my goodness. I can't believe I called that. It's a favor. It was, last stream, with the way they were acting together, it seemed to me like they were related in some way. I didn't call exactly, but I had a feeling they were actually related. But now we know. It's a favor that was asked me by a man I knew as his dying wish. My goodness. I swore to the man I would help. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. Yup, Iris Von Zieks. but if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you, tomorrow night you're going to be... You never know, though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once with Seishiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Yujin. Right, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere. It was an old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. Poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor so she weakened further. Oh, this is why. This is why she was in the middle of dying. It's a tortuous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years. It had top quality leather with fine stitching. Oh, that's the same case that's been in there forever. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. But Baskerville? You mean... the woman was the wife of Lord Clint von Zeeks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clinton entrust a child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he confessed everything to his wife. So she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. Ah, that's why it's been secret all this time. And why Iris never knew. The only solution was to distance the young girl from the Von Zeeks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Von Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. Without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. How awful! I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. So, I mean, this is why. Mikotoba and Sholmes work great together. He trusts Sholmes. And obviously it worked out. I asked my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume? Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he's a heart of gold. Really, all that could be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh? When I'd come to Bryn, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. It was her name that I gave my little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba? In other words, you and my mother? Ayame Mikotoba. Another bot. Bon. Oh. That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris. There we go. There's the drop. Iris. I had no idea. Ding dong. Ouch! Mr. Arroyo, what's wrong? Something just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket. Hard. Oh my god. Booty pinching. Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ouch! Yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before. But you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I suppressed myself, I feel. It became apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Justice injustice would require such measures. Bruno! Susie! Oh, Iris! I'm so pleased, what a wonderful outcome! Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious! Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews more delicious tea than you do, Iris. It's how parties celebrate! And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too! What? I'm afraid I couldn't. Reaper the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again. Yeah, the flustering from last time. That's why I was suspicious. No, really? Oh, poo. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, lovely. Promise now, I won't let you forget. Bye for now then. Alright, Iris, thank you for all your help earlier. That was nothing, just come back home soon. Stop pinching my butt! One final pinch goodbye, was it? Ow! There's a smile. Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Roman Zeeks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Look at this duo. Hiroto, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. You saved everybody's lives. They should bang. What do you mean, Naomi? Wait, what about Zeeks? Yes. What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. No, bad Naomi. Oh no! I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, Van Zeek's family will be ostracized completely from London society. No, no, Guyan. Bad. Bad. Oh God, surely not. So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning. Oh my god, Naomi, stop trying to create fan fiction here. Your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here, I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kasuma Sogi seems as though he's really matured suddenly. Is that the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must. Yeah. Dinner time. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. One of these aside. Another feast! Hold on, I'm gonna turn off my AC quick. It's probably been on a little too long. I probably made myself too cold. Wanna come warm me up? A what? I'm home. Ah! But time we got there. We've been waiting ages, Aldo. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, isn't it? It's gonna go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fires, not so nice to think, is it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right, I'll remember that. I love how long it takes to reload that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. Instead, it's quite the most extraordinary thing. I showed you. It'll defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba. Ah, the world-famous great detective, regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. If you had to guess, what he supposed to fiendish by the way he's concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin. I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikotoba, take not a hint of a surprise. I wonder why that is. Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes? What? You were? Then why the deuce did you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. Oh, jeez. He is forgetful, I suppose. And it's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Prisoner Mikotoba. Finally back from the Bailey. Not the moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Mr. Sato awaits. I don't think he's an idiot. I think he's just forgetful. Understandable. I must say, I haven't seen Sato looking so happy in a very long time. There you are. Here's at the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill in your boots. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yep, I'm losing me Cuppa's club and then going back to what I know best. That was like for me. You weren't even a police force, but why, Ginny? Oh, why? Well, the bus ain't around no more, so... Oh... And anyway, no matter how I try, that Libra ain't never gonna accept that return dick, is he? Well, people can change, you know? Diver turned dick. What does that mean? Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thought of the offer to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. Eh? It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown's been reattached. That watch was pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. Now, it stopped. You can't give up, Gina. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive. You're taking on a great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again. Someone with equally fierce detective spirit. You did good with the dog. Oh, fair. Gotcha. It's gotta be me. Didn't lead to no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... But it was my boss. Yes, Jenny, yes he was. Look at the smile. Ah! Oh yeah, I made you the promise and all, didn't I, Iris? And I'd become a private detective one day and track down the old man. Oh. Alright then, it's decided, I'll do it. And I swear, I'll find your dad and blinking him in, kicking and screaming. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well, I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Jenny. Eh? Iris? Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I really don't know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Hurley, Rono, Professor Mickey. Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone. Anyway, I'm sorry to give up on it, because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley? Aww. With every word, Iris. Aw, that's a good resolution for her. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. Aww. Truly took on the daddy role. I think, Mikataba. Yes, Jones. I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. During that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it. Or not for you. You old softy Shones. Aww, I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think it's cause for a lengthy violin recital, would you say? Oh, well, the food will get cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley? Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Daddy needs to be banned. Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking revelations, returning in the evening to the sweetest rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. So he's decided to stay here. We're almost there. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I lived here. And I think now, time has come. Time to bid this place... Oh, you actually are leaving? Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. Naruhodo. Oh, Professor! Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about important matters she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I know. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up? Well, quit on Zeke's. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin, after all. Well, Clint Von Zeke's final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That was the reason? You thought Susato would figure out who the dad was? When I read Saseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You'd stumbled across the crux of a terrible case, the dog's collar. Mm-hmm. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decide to investigate that insignia, sooner or later, you'd have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. And they got as worse, Sada knew the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Ah, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susanna might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London, returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. Wow, manipulation! I see. Something I've never understood. It's why Susan came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris is the Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean. Shum sent it to me. That was before Susan left Japan. I was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I had read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susanoo came across it, of course. Ah, so you screwed up. Good job. Water. It was the only case Shums and I ever pursued that I did record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Shums and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Shums for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding about the truth about her father. That's right. Shums had told me how astute she'd become. It would be wrong at that point to take her away from Shums. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. When it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I see. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma, but he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February... God, it's so blank! My becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Sasao-san, and Mr. Shums all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. God, that's a feeling I need to have. path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind, I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. Alright. Oh no, Susato! She overheard! Susato-san. I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Oh. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well, from the part about Iris' real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So you made up your mind? You return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening. Alright, Naomi, night-night. I'm gonna finish this. Blah, love you too. Gotta finish the conclusion. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out. No, that's quite alright. I already knew that's what you decide, Naruhodo-san. You did? Oh. Susato-san? Ah, yes? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. Be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. It will certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Bryn as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or locum should be ashamed of themselves. Sato-san. Thank you. Aww. Kiss! No, nothing. Oh my god. I can't believe this day's finally come. Really leaving then, Runo? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course, I promise. Well, that was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that. Honk.
Susato-san.
Oh,
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me.
yes, Haruka.
And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Oh my god. Of course you sneak in right after Naomi goes to bed. Wow, hi. Welcome to the finale.
Actually,
I take my
I
armor
think
off.
you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
There you go, Haruka. How are yous?
Sorry?
Kazuma's here.
Ryunosuke,
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Yeah.
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to
Can I
our
rest
wild
the night?
time tearing up the
Oh
streets
god, I
of
gotta
Her
pass out so
Majesty's
hard once
capital.
this is done. I've
But,
streamed 6 hours. I'm insane. But I was so engrossed.
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor.
Oh, you're officially teasing. So, what? What do you mean?
I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Oh, favor?
Name it.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
You did kind of use it.
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day.
Mm-hmm.
It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him.
Oh. There was a moment he wanted
I've
to commit
always
murder.
known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me. Until the end of my days. While
Damn.
I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor,
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Mm.
until I'm ready to face the demon within me, to slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
I'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always.
Aww.
Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san,
What? Hi, Susato.
the path you're going to follow from now on, I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What?
We got the girl.
I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
What?
I am?
What do you mean?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
Okay, so he's like, what?
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
Oh, Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
Alright, to be fair, I would be Naruhodo in this case. I wouldn't
He's
have
just as much
confidence
of a
in the
stickler for
suggestion.
etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
Come with
With you
me.
by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
Let's go.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
My god. Just kiss already.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
Oh my god, if I said no.
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always,
It would
I
have
see.
been funny if we said no when her stuff was just all gone.
Bruno, your ship's about to leave.
I was actually close with the voice with Iris.
Time to go then.
Bruno.
Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
Oh, let's see this. What's an animated scene? Yay, I was wondering if we were going to get that to end this. Oh, it's not. Never mind. It's like sort of animated. That's cool.
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that. Partner,
Nice. This is a nice scene. Blah, 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 blah.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
as if I could, Ryunosuke.
Friends forever.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, would welcome you with open arms,
It'd be funny
Mr.
if he said,
Sholmes.
"Oh, I kind of already have my luggage packed as well and aboard."
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my
Yeah.
dear fellows.
They'll meet again. We can assume.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
Oh.
A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again. No doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
Is it the end of another one of
The
his
ship,
stories?
with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon.
It is.
But Sholmes' face was alight with joy.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
Yay! It's been updated.
So, I do just that.
Iris is the new Wilson.
And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
Aww.
Until we meet again, Bruno.
I'm happy. The Great Ace Attorney. What a game. What a story. I thoroughly enjoyed doing this. I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my results in the delivery in that day. I'm no purveyor of electrical goods. What are the promised close secrecy? Anyway, I decided absence from London is in order. A sojourner distant times. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. Yeah. That explains why the technology was never known. I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. He just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." But it made Hurley cry. And I gave him some lotion I invented as well, to dye his hair red safely. And he said that would make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it. My god, Iris called me Daddy. Oh no. I thoroughly enjoyed myself. In those days when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden that grim pursued him, you retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness of once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future. Good. I'm so glad to see the stories conclude for all these characters. Just rounds up so nicely. And the boss, that's enough for me, you know? And I can lead every letter now, A to Z, the whole lot. It's clear that though the stuff up, the boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby are gonna keep doing for Londoners. I wish they could sit up late till I was before the, you know. Aww. Poor Gina. She can do it. Ah, blah. Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. I might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. Reminding me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London, town for the foreseeable. And then, I've got to complete your education in the art of detection, in Alec Legson, as they say. Look at this smug face. Sucks he couldn't fulfill this need in the end. Oh wait. Oh my god. Objection! A bleak overstatement overload. This has been today, but anyway. What is this cattish counsel for the defense? Forbidden in the courtroom. Oh, really? That's been Sansan is in British courtroom all the time and doing a wonderful job. Oh my god, perhaps I should engage the services of a regular legal team. Oh, this is becoming a mess. We're a legal team once we get there. All the side characters. What about Kazuma? Oh, the doctors. Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses? Yes, they are. Fish corpses on the whole. I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No. And I'm glad. Aww. Good. Got a little better. Oh my goodness. Oh, I definitely need a break from pure voice acting games like this. Like, I mean, one problem. Oh, he sent me a very nice letter saying you'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited to pick this splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Barak, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just manage to dinner sometimes. Oh, boy. Silly. Don't go to expensive hotels you can't afford. When I went to make the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. Even in the witness stand at the highest court of the land, I can never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see? For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing which her spells will not do. So she knew the whole... She practically knew the whole truth, but couldn't say anything. Fair. Oh, Vigil. Everyone calls me gossip. I said something to spice, you know. Everyone calls me a Papino, and I still love spaghetti. It's everyone say Kalili. No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, dearie, how charming. We got some new friends here, I see. Oh yeah, this got resolved finally. Yes, and when we're busy, we're going to suck it lips. Alright, so they still love each other in the end. Alrighty then. I completely forgot about the original point of that case was to get those two back together. Oops. When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. However it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I'd ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I'll leave Karuma in your care. Aww. God. It's been great knowing these characters for so long. Oh, I made some tea, Naruhodo-san. And probably rest while else you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you should be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talent's been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney. Some might say, name, title drop. Love it. Aww. They filled in the other eye. And a lovely picture to end this. Oh my god, they got the kitty. I'm happy. Oh, he's walking through his whole journey. No. Good job. I'm happy. I guess we'll just let it run through. Obviously, once stream, I'm just gonna cut stream off once I'm done. But I'm very glad with how this all came out. This was a lot of fun. Give my voice a bit of a rest. Maybe play more action-y games. I could definitely afford... It would probably be nice that I did more of that. Alright, please stop jumping, dude. As for what I want to play next... There's Sato. All the poses. I was gonna say, I don't really know what I want to play next at the moment. I'm gonna have to sit through a weekend to figure that out. But I think it was worth it I played this today. Could have started sooner. That's an oh well moment. I just realized everyone's following me. At least my main group's following me. Definitely ready to pass out once this is done. Aww. Wait, how did he get in front? He was behind me before. But they have their deduction dance. Jigoku. Strong heart. Crazy man. Oh, he's clapping us. Uh-oh. He's gonna go super speed. Okay, it wasn't that fast. Oh, there's Sholmes. Kazuma. Nice. That's a good way to close it out with those two. Oh, thoroughly enjoyed. Got tricked by a couple things, but overall, love the characters, love the plot twists. I definitely cannot complain about my time here. I don't know if I'm gonna do the episodes. There's like short stories that I think came with the first game. I could do those for like a stream or two maybe. But other than that, Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve, finish. I'll decide next week if I go for the short stories. Oh my god, that's cool. I like this artwork. Nice. And so it's mainly the special contents. Oh, cool. This is all the trophies. Yeah, the Escapade Adventures. Do I? Oh, wait. You know what? The Rants magazine. This looks like this is all based on, yeah, I think this is all based on the first game. Why not? I'll do a stream of this next week. And that's what we can officially finish this on. I don't think it would hurt. But yeah, I'm not going to do the raid just because it's so late. So, good night everyone. We'll conclude this next week with some escapades. And then that's it. So, have a good night all. Bye bye. Love you all. Bye.